Still going.
What's up with them? Come on. Bus number 5. See what's the set with mostly working USBs. Daylight up. Night light.
Speak quietly, please.
Hi.
Do it.
Alright, this one's with working USBs.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome on this TUI Golden Circle tour. My name is Svein, and I'm your guide today, and the driver's name is Leifur, Þorleifur. And welcome to Iceland, of course. And first thing first, it's mandatory to have seat belts at all times. So if you haven't fastened your seat belt, please do it. It's very important to have the seat belts at all time while we are driving. We will be heading eastwards out of the city, and we will be driving directly to our first destination, which takes us about 1.5 hours if everything goes to plan. And that's to the hot springs at the geyser, where the geyser is, and Strokkur, the blowing hot spring. And after a visit there, we will head on a little bit further eastwards, only 10-15 minutes ride, to the golden waterfall Gullfoss. And we will take lunch break there, and after the lunch break we will start heading back on the circle tour, and our last destination is the national park at Þingvalla, where we will make a short stop before heading on back to Reykjavik. The plan is that we should be in Reykjavik between 4 and 5 o'clock. Reykjavik is, of course, the capital city of Iceland. In the city itself there are around 130,000 people living, but if you add the neighboring communities, there are 250,000 people living in the capital area. In all in Iceland there are 360,000, so most of the population is living in the city and around the city, here on the southwest coast. This is, of course, the seat of the government and the parliament, and all major service institutions are situated here, like the University Hospital of Iceland, which is here to our right. The buildings here to our right, we are driving past it. They are building new houses too, and so on. And there are 2 universities Reykjavik. The largest one is University of Iceland, which is also here coming up at 3 o'clock to our right. And here in front of us, a little bit down to the coast, is the University of Reykjavik. Reykjavik is a thriving city. We have up to 100 flights from abroad a day, both from the United States and Canada and from several countries in Europe. So we can almost say that Reykjavik is actually a small metropole with a lot of visitors coming by, and there are of course many embassies here, and it's a popular conference destination the year around. You noticed on a chilly morning like this there is no smoke coming from chimneys, and that's because the city is heated up with geothermal hot water. It is either pumped up from under the ground or pumped into the city from 2 geothermal power stations situated here east of the city. To many visitors this is quite unusual, but for us this is just a common thing, because we have been doing this for almost 100 years. And we have managed to research a lot around this method, and we have many specialists even abroad having work in recommending others to use this technique, or helping others in using this technique. So there is actually no energy crisis in Iceland for the moment. 85% of all houses in Iceland, they are heated up in this way, and the rest with electricity. And here you see the morning traffic into the city. The city has expanded a lot the last 5-6 decades or so. The suburbs are and the nearby communities have expanded too around the city. So at this time people are coming in the city to work, and we can expect traffic jams like this in the morning and the afternoon. One of the reasons is that we have a mayor that doesn't like traffic, and he has used his time in making technical hinders for the traffic to flow. Coming up here to our right is the main shopping area in Reykjavik. It's a large shopping mall here to our right called Kringlan, or the Bugle in English. And the main mean of transportation is of course the private car. We have no trains in the city or in Iceland. for that part. So this is maybe more like an American city than a European city in that sense.
Gotcha.
Interesting, isn't it?
Numbers from for the buses are going to be near impossible to get fleet numbers. I'm good, but I'm not that good, so. That's going to be a bit of a pity. Oh well.
No trains race. Trains, did you hear that?
I did.
Coming up to our right, up in the hills, is the largest suburb in Reykjavik. Its name in English would be White Hill Community, or Breiðholt in Icelandic. It was built in the 1970s, and that was maybe as far east in the city. That's where the city reached in the 1970s. And actually we are now driving in a few seconds over a salmon river. The only wild salmon river. You can see it from both sides of the bus, of course, which is situated in the middle of a town and is thriving as such and well known. Elliða River. It's named after one of the first settlers in Iceland who settled in this area. And for centuries, the last farm you entered when coming into Reykjavik was here on your right, in the hill here on your right. It was called the River Farm, or Árbær in Icelandic. And this area here to our left is a service and industrial area from the 70s. I think there are mainly car agencies and such companies situated here now. And the city reaches now further east. There is a huge suburb here to our left, and at least two further east. And coming up to our right shortly is the largest brewery in Iceland. It's called Ales Brewery, and remember its name because Ale is a famous person in Iceland, an old Viking, and we will be talking about him later on today. But this brewery is producing beer and soft drinks. And next to the brewery is one of those high-tech companies that have developed in Iceland the last decades. It's called Össur. It's an orthopedic company which is situated in many countries, and it is here to our right. And finally, the most popular candy factory in Iceland is coming up beside Össur. Here you have Össur to your right, and then the candy factory here, Nói Sirius. It's an old company, 100 years old. And now we are heading on towards the south coast on Ring Road number 1, where we will be driving for the next hour or so to the hot springs. Here to your left you see a golf cart where the lights are here at 9 o'clock to your left. Golf is very popular in Iceland. But the most popular sport is of course football and handball, as many other sports. And now we are on the Ring Road number 1, heading eastwards towards the south coast. And we will, for the next minutes, be talking about geology, because one can almost say that Iceland is all about geology. This is the most volcanic place in the world. We can expect volcanic outbreaks here every 3 to 4 years. Actually, we have had 2 outbreaks in a row, one last year and the year before. And they were all on the southwest coast, only about 20 miles from the city. So there hasn't been an outbreak so close to the capital area in 800 years. But 800 years in geological terms is nothing. And why this volcanic activity? That's because Iceland is situated on the Atlantic Ridge. The Atlantic Ridge is mainly under the Atlantic Ocean, but here in Iceland it comes above the ocean bed and goes through the country from the southwest coast, goes east and then across the country and back into the seabed again and much farther north. That's the reason for this volcanic activity, because this is the meeting place of the 2 giant tectonic plates, the North American tectonic plate and the Euro-Asian tectonic plate. And those huge plates, they are departing every year. It's estimated around 2 centimeters. So there is an opening when the springs are departing and into the magma field of the earth, and that can lead to volcanic activity, and all the island is more or less formed in such volcanic activity the last 18 million years and is still in making. There are 30 active volcanoes in Iceland, but then we can add to that at many places we can actually expect volcanic activity along the Atlantic springs which are going through the country. And this area here in front of us and mainly to our right is such an area, and the closest volcano to the capital is only 6 or 7 kilometers from the city. If you look at the lights there up in the hills, this is the main skiing area for to your right at 1 o'clock. It's the main skiing area for Reykjavik, the Blue Mountains. And in this area too, worth mentioning, the main water supplies of fresh water, not geothermal hot water, but fresh water is pumped in from wells here to our right into the city. And here to your right, coming up, you see some lights and houses. Those are mainly people living above their horse stalls. It's estimated there are about 18,000 horses kept in stalls here around Reykjavik. And now you see the skiing area very well at 1 o'clock. And this is the main hiking area closest to the city here to our right. Mainly planted trees and good hiking ways. Very nice to walk in the summer months and all year around, of course. And the wells, the water wells are also here to our right. And the water wells are melted water from the glaciers that have seeped through the soil into this area where it's pumped into the city, and it is a very clean water. Okay, and back to the volcanic activity of Iceland. It's the Atlantic Sprik and the volcanoes, and most of the island is formed under the ice cap in the ice ages. That decides the type of soil which is mainly on the island. It's palagonite or tough material. It's a rather soft material, and of course there are many lava fields present, even though it's quite difficult to point them out while driving in snow conditions like this. The volcanic activity was here to our right, approximately at 3 o'clock. There is a mountain ridge where the skiing area is, and it was on this mountain ridge a little bit to our west where the volcanic activity was last year and the year before. It could easily be seen in the night from Reykjavik.
Is it? Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Is it dark in here? It's nice there though. Mercedes-Benz coach of some variation this time.
Many areas in Iceland are defined as high heat areas and low heat areas. The difference between them is that the heat in the ground can reach up to 300 degrees Celsius, but high heat areas are generally defined as areas where the heat in the ground is over 200 degrees Celsius. The low heat areas are defined as areas where the heat is at boiling temperatures, and in the low heat areas that results in hot water running underground, but in the high heat areas the heat is so high it's only steam. The water changes into steam due to the heat. And not so far from here is one of the two geothermal power stations that provide the city with the geothermal hot water and electricity. And they are actually using steam from the ground to drive the generators and heat up fresh water to convenient temperatures to pump into the city.
Certainly sounds good though.
Your feet okay? I've got my boots off. You're right though,
was actually preparing you for because there is a height in front of us called in Icelandic Hellisheiði, or the cave height, and it is a high heat area, but we have to take an alternative route due to some traffic problems here east of us. But this height is of course a high heat area, and they are gathering the steam from the ground into the factory where they produce hot water for the city and electricity. 85% of all houses in Iceland use geothermal hot water to heat up the houses, and the rest is heated up mainly with electricity, and we are great net producers of energy because the households in Iceland are only using about 5% of all electricity produced on the island. 80% of the electricity is used by large aluminium factories, with 2 of them situated on the west coast and 1 on the east coast. And all other sectors of society, they use about 50% of this energy produced. So that's how we actually export a lot of energy through aluminium products. And we consider us very in a very good position because we can have those cold winter days, and it's not that expensive to heat up the houses. And here to your right you see the mountain ridge, the Reykjanes, part of the Reykjanes Peninsula I was mentioning. It goes further here to our right, all the way to the reaching close to the international airport at Keflavik.
Yes.
You too hot?
No.
Okay, we were getting new information that the traffic jam, which we thought we would have to take an alternative route, has been solved. So we will head on directly on the ring road number 1.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you right? Yeah.
So one way or another, it's like this might be the one. They had to go there to the big parkland to cruise it, but there's nothing,
Yeah.
road,
Yeah.
no signage, no.
No.
I just got a funny feeling. I don't know.
We quite on to do all of the time.
Might not,
But in the right area though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, probably is the
It's
right area.
like that, like,
Yes. Yes.
joining more than the other.
Right.
Interesting.
Snow plough.
Let me tell him. Tell the guy. Yeah. Is that what he was doing then? Did you know something? Was it to do with the aluminium?
Yeah.
Oh.
So I don't know where I'm from. Joining the house.
Yeah.
That's what the other did.
Right.
That's exactly what it is.
Right.
So when I built that.
And actually we are now, even though it's just snow outside, we are actually driving over the area where the newest lava closest to the capital is situated. It is called the Christianity lava. It's around us here. And it came in the year 1000 when they were discussing at the national park at the Alting if we should become Christians or not. But before the year 1000 we were actually of the Osa religion, the Old Norse religion. But it was decided there that we would become Christians. Those who were opposed Christianity said the gods are angry at us, just look at the lava flowing here nearby. And those who were for Christianity said, but why was the lava running where we are standing on it? Why did were the gods angry then too? So obviously we became Christians. That's how the story goes. But coming up here to your left, you see a light here a little bit to our left at 11 o'clock. That's the other geothermal power station situated in this area, providing us with hot geothermal water and electricity by letting the steam go through the generators and the water heaters of the factory. And here you see to your left the lights from the factory. They have made a breakthrough in research there, worth mentioning. They have found a new method to divert the carbon dioxide that comes up, or the steam that comes up from the earth, diverting it again down in the earth and changing it to stones, carbon dioxide stones, because this is the soil here is good for such things, and they have decided to start a pilot project soon by diverting 3 million tons of carbon dioxide coming from Europe and pumping it down here in the earth, because there are endless possibilities in doing that. And by doing this, the carbon dioxides get stoned, in the sense. Not as we usually think about such things. And we will soon be heading up on this cave height I mentioned, where they are pumping the steam to this factory. And this is a high heat area. It so happens that obviously there is a wind here in this area, 20 meters per second, but hopefully it's just in this area, not on all our trip. But at times this part of the journey in the midst of winter can be a problem because the height we are driving over can easily lock due to similar circumstances if the wind gets too heavy and the snow starts pouring over the road.
Oh yeah, there is. I'm just wondering why there's so much traffic. We're heading out of the city, aren't we? Where they're all going. God. Bloody hell.
This is of course the shortest daylight days of the years. The shortest day is the 21st of December, and then gradually the day starts to get longer, day by day, by a few minutes. And then we have of course 24/7 daylight in the summer months. The daylight today is maybe around 5 hours. After 4:30 we can expect the darkness arriving again. This house coming here up to our left is a restaurant. We call it the Norwegian house. It is imported from Norway, but some decades ago, maybe 4 or 5 decades ago, this was actually the main skiing area for the people living in Reykjavik. But now it's not used as such any longer. The skiing area is here to our right, up in where the lights were, in the Blue Mountains. And you might see some pipelines here to the factories, actually from both sides of the bus, because they are collecting the steam from the drilled holes here in the height. And as you can see, they are doing everything to keep this road open, because there are a lot of people living here east of this height that work in Reykjavik, and it is in growing numbers that people in the Reykjavik area are moving into the south coast, to the communities on the other side of this hill, because apartments and houses in that area are normally not as expensive as in Reykjavik, and they have all necessary infrastructure to greet people, like schools and healthcare and such basic needs. On the other side of this hill is the horticultural center in Iceland. They have greenhouses there. They have a school there on a higher educational level, teaching everything about the greenhouse farming. It is a town called Hveragerði, or we could translate that in English as hot spring town. And it's a community about 100 years old, roughly, and they specialize in greenhouse farming. Iceland was settled in the 9th century. The first settler was Ingolf Arnarsson and his blood brother Hjörleif. They came from Norway, the Norwegian coast, but unfortunately Hjörleif, his blood brother, was killed the first winter by his slaves, so Ingolf got the honor of being named the first settler in 874. The people coming to settle in Iceland in the 9th and 10th century were mainly from the Scandinavian countries and from the islands around the UK, Scotland, and the islands around Scotland and Ireland. It has actually been proved that 60% of Icelandic women, they have this so-called Irish gene, which can only be found in women, Irish women. And so the connection is actually great. And there is a lively debate, discussion rather, in Iceland today about the origin of the islanders, because it has always been underestimated, the Irish part of the people and the people coming from the British Isles. It is recognized that before the main settlement of the Norse people, there were Irish monks in Iceland. The Irish knew about Iceland in the year 700, 200 years before the settlement. There are written documents, Irish documents, that this is stated that this island did exist, and there are also stories about the Irish monks. And a lot of names in Iceland relate to this ancestry of ours, and many words in the Icelandic language cannot be explained thoroughly without relating to the Gelatic language. And but the language we speak today is the Norse language, of course, but it differs from the Scandinavian languages quite a bit because of the 1,000-year isolation of the population in Iceland. So we have not developed in the same direction as the Scandinavian languages, and this Gelatic influence or Irish Celtic influence is greater on the Icelandic language than in the Scandinavian languages. So in 874 people started coming here. They were looking for new opportunities. They knew about this area and they were looking for agricultural area to cultivate. And the Norse people, they didn't have the agricultural skills as they were in Ireland and on the British Isles. So the short version of the story is that the Vikings from the north, they went to Ireland and took their wives, which they later married and settled in Iceland. But that's a heroic story and doesn't explain the reality. We have to bear in mind when we are talking about some era 1100 years ago. For example, the largest slave market in Europe was actually situated in Dublin. So they could have gone to Dublin and bought them, but the Viking version is of course more exciting, so we'll just keep to that.
Yeah.
And now we have reached the other side of the hill we are driving over, and we'll be descending. And as you can imagine, driving here, it doesn't take a lot to stop all traffic here. If the wind increases a little bit more and the snow starts blowing over the road, it easily closes. The settlement of Iceland was quite quick. It only took about 60-70 years, and then the island was considered fully settled. And for roughly 9 centuries, Iceland was an isolated farmland. There were no communities in Iceland to mention, no villages. It were only farms, and it is estimated that there were around 4,000 farms in Iceland. So people had to be quite self-sufficient, because through the centuries there were only few vessels coming abroad with necessities like tobacco and coffee, no tea of course, and that's how we lived for centuries. That's why we are maybe to visitors a kind of an odd lot. Here to your right you see the horticultural village I was mentioning, and you see the lights from several houses there. Those are greenhouses. And just imagine driving here in the winter months, and then you would be asked, where is the biggest banana plantage in Europe? You would imagine it would be here somewhere, but as a fact, the largest banana plantage in Europe is situated in this village. They have a whole greenhouse filled with banana plants where they are growing different kinds of bananas, and they get a lot of visitors over the year. Chiefs from many kitchens and restaurants studying bananas. They want to look at this plantage and visit it, and you might ask, but how on earth's name are they? Why are they growing bananas here up in the north? That's just to show that we can, because there is hot water under the town, in the hills here around us, and there are a lot of visitors coming up into those slopes here all year around to bath in a warm river, which is situated here to our left. They come here, they park here at a lot, and then they hike up to the mountains. And now appearing in front of us is the south coast of Iceland. Hopefully daylight is not, it's maybe half an hours away. The redness you see at the horizon is the sun rising, so it gets those red colors. And why are the greenhouses uplighted like this? That's because they use electricity to light up the houses and hot water to heat them up. So they are in midst of summer, the plants now, and they are growing plants all year around. And we are almost sufficient with most vegetables. In Iceland they grow tomatoes, cucumbers, peppers, salads, flowers, berries, bananas, just name it. But of course we have to import oranges and apples, and of course other vegetation too.
There you are, you can see daylight approaching now. That's good.
In this community here, this town or village, there are 3,000 people living here.
Yeah.
It's the most popular healthcare center in Iceland. It has been here for 70 years or so, and it is owned and run by the vegetarian society in Iceland. So the only problem is that they don't serve meat here, just vegetables. But there are several restaurants in this community which help people who need meat on a regular basis. And shortly to your left you see the greenhouses. They are lighted up here in front of us, and they are growing vegetables, preparing for the summer and so on. And as you can see, there are several new houses in this area, and that's because people are actually favoring this place, moving out of Reykjavik.
There we go. Alright, lights. Not all of them are lit up actually, but most of them are. This is bus or coach route number 5, which is the circular route, whatever this is called.
And here to your left you see the car with the yellow lights. They could be preparing to lock this road due to weather conditions, we don't know, but they are prepared. The problem is that we get a lot of visitors that want to drive by themselves, car rentals, lending them cars, and it takes a little bit of understanding and skills to drive in these conditions. The mountain coming up here in front of you to your left is a tough mountain, Palagonite, and its name is Ingolf, Mountain Ingolf. It is named after the first settler coming to Iceland in the 9th century. And it actually reminds us of the history, but it also reminds us of the area we are driving through now. It is an earthquake area. They can actually expect a huge earthquakes here every 50, 60 years ago in between. Those earthquakes are not necessarily related to any volcanic outbreaks. You might be wondering why we know so much about the settlement era. It is due to 2 books written in the 11th century by an Icelandic priest called Ari the Wise, and he wrote the saga of the Icelanders and the settlement saga, where it's all listed down. But those who favor, state that the presence of people from the British Isles and Islands are not mentioned much in those stories, say that this is only the story of the Norse people, not the Westmen as they were called at the time. The people coming from the British Isles and around and Ireland and so on. There is a little church coming up here in front of us, and at 12 o'clock, a little bit to your right, this is where they bury their deceased relatives in the community we were just passing by. Because that community is situated on a heated area. The heat in the ground is over around 100 degrees Celsius, so they can't bury their deceased in the community. They have to bury them in this area because this is a cold spot. So this is how the nature is here. We have those high heat areas, we have the low heat areas, and then we have the cold spots where we can bury our deceased, and we can that's where we can seek for cold water. And as you see, the cemetery is filled with lights. That's because in the Christmas season it's a tradition that people tend to their relatives and they light up the churchyards with crosses and such things. They even light up their houses because the Christmas season in Iceland is the main holiday season. It ended formally the 6th of January, and more or less all December is a preparation for the Christmas season. The Christmas day being the most holiest day of the year. And until a few years ago, the country at this time of year was just closed. Families were gathering, and people were staying home, more or less. But when we started to get visitors at this time, the country of course opened up.
Passing through now is
But the tradition is that the country was more or less closed. We have, the eve at the 24th is of course when the Christmas starts, and the 25th is the holiest day. But the days before Christmas, 13 days before Christmas, the Santas start coming to town, and they live up in the mountains, and their mother is a troll, and they are quite naughty, those Santas. They are not like the Coca-Cola Santas. They have their own Icelandic customs, and they annoy people. They slam doors, they break windows, they steal candles and meat and so on and so forth, and they are 13 in all. And it's a custom in Iceland that young children, if they've behaved, they can put their shoe out in the window and expect some gifts from the Santas if they have behaved. But if they have not behaved, they can expect bad treats like potatoes or something not so good, even nothing. And after the Christmas day, the Santas start going back to their mother in the mountain, which is a troll, and where she keeps the Christmas cat. The Christmas cat is also a folklore story. It is a dreadful big cat, and it is said that in earlier ages, it could eat people if they didn't have any new clothes for the Christmas season. So it was considered very important that you got some clothes over the Christmas season, so the cat wouldn't eat you. And those are Icelandic folklore stories which have been told through generations, because actually in the winter months, as you can imagine, we had nothing else to do than tell stories, to live the cold winter months.
course we run the recording stage and process
And,
it won't show.
as we go further east,
see
you
some light.
obviously you see the daybreak. The day is rising, as we say. And here, close to us, in front of us now, at 12 o'clock, is the largest community on the south coast. It is Selfoss. There are about 9,000 people living there. Selfoss, we could translate that in English as the seal waterfall town, but it's much easier to remember the milk town, because actually this is the milk town of Iceland. This is where they process most of the milk produced here on the south coast. Here's where they pasture the milk, produce the cheeses, the butter, and the famous yogurt-like thing, skyr, which I can recommend you to taste while you're visiting us. It's a unique dessert made of milk. And into this area there are people moving too, from Reykjavik. And
Shaky as well, odds.
here to your left you see the grid net providing the aluminium factories and the communities on the southwest coast with
There we go.
electricity, because there are of course many hydraulic power stations situated here in front of us at a river called Þjórsá River.
Tanker. Certainly not hanging about.
But this town is of course serving the agriculture in this vast area, and there are also large summer house colonies in this area which rely on this community for service.
I think there were snow clouds that we saw. So the biggest one's probably a snow cloud. Snaeland Grimsson. There's the moon now. That's on my flight videos that I've done. First time it was seen. There's the Panama wires are dangling a bit. I see them in the UK sometimes.
Well, this is the time to talk about optimists. There is actually a summer house here in front of us, a little bit to our left, coming up, and it is in between stones, huge stones, because in time of earthquake, this huge mountain here to our left is there are stones falling down the slopes, and it is a nasty place to be in such times. And there's a woman that owns this summer house, strangely situated between those stones, and I'll point it out to you when we get closer. And it is appearing here a little bit to our left. You see the tree gatherings here in front of us, and in between those huge stones who have fallen from the mountain slope is this summer house, and it has been here several decades. And this is the optimist's summer house. But the nasty part of the story is that it's said that her son-in-law made it for her, the carpenter. And here you see the house.
Oh yeah. So strong, isn't it? Like massive.
Yeah.
Actually, now at 1 o'clock to your right, at the horizon, you see a cone-like mountain, dark blue cone-like mountain. This is Mountain Hekla, which is the most ferocious volcano in Iceland. It has erupted most of the times since the settlement and is due to erupt now at any time. It is actually not recommended that people are hiking up in the mountain, because if it starts to erupt, it's estimated that they will only have 45 minutes to take cover, and that's too short. It is now at 3 o'clock at the horizon. Further to your right is the mountain Eyjafjallajökull, which erupted in 2010 and is probably one of the most famous volcanoes in Iceland today. And it is there at the horizon beneath Hekla. So we can almost say that this is the most volcanic area in the country. That is the middle of the island. The house coming up here to your left is an example of how the old Icelandic farmhouse was in the end of the 19th century and beginning of the 20th century. It was with steep roofs sectioned up in kitchen, bedrooms and storages. So this is how it was roughly 150 years ago. But obviously when you're driving through Reykjavik, there have been enormous changes. Most of the houses in Iceland today are built with concrete, and there is an iron structure in the concrete to protect the houses from earthquakes, which are quite frequent in Iceland. But there are also, to some extent, of course, timber houses, but maybe 10% of the houses could be of timber. So we have to have in mind when we are building houses and structures that we are living in an earthquake area. And this area here in front of us, you see some trees or woodland, I would say. This is the largest summer house area in Iceland, and it can maybe just feel strange to mention it, but the reason for this being so popular summer house site is because the weather here is often more favorable than in Reykjavik. It doesn't rain as much here. And the river running here to our right is called Soyit. Nobody knows what it means, but it is actually a fresh water coming from the largest inlake in Iceland, which is situated here maybe 10 miles in front of us. We will be visiting that area after the lunch break today around 3 o'clock. So the water from the lake runs in a riverbed to the ocean in this river, but into the lake it comes from under the ground. There are actually huge rivers underground in Iceland at several places, and among others they fill this huge lake you'll be seeing later on. And even though the sight is a little bit limited to the darkness and the weather conditions, you have to have in mind that you're actually seeing much further than your brain anticipates, because the air is so clear here out in the North Atlantic that actually you're seeing much further than you're used to. And here we are driving over this riverbed. It's a salmon river, of course. And now we have diverted from the ring road, and we are now driving a road with a prestigious name. It's called the Bishop's Road, because this road leads us past the episcopy of the Icelandic bishop for 800 years when it was moved to Reykjavik. And now we are driving through this summer house area, and there are several, 1,000 summer houses here. People tend to be willing to invest a lot of money in summer houses for some reason. They are heated up with electricity, and many of them have cuisines, hot pots as we call them, and they can bath outside in the winter darkness, looking up in the skies, looking for the northern lights, or just seeing the stars. And of course, as I mentioned, this is the main agricultural area in Iceland, this vast area. And the farmers, they traditionally keep sheep, cows and horses, and also on hens and pigs. But the chickens, they are breeded up on almost like industrial farms. So through the centuries, the farmers were living isolated on the farms, and the farms tried to be self-sufficient. But we can say that Iceland started to come into the modern age in the end of the 19th century, the beginning of the 20th century. Then the fishing industry started to grow on industrial scale, but it is not actually until the Second World War that things started to happen here in Iceland. People started to move from the countryside, from the farms, to the coast, to the rising communities on the coast, where they would get paid jobs. There was a huge demand for labor in the communities, in the villages, serving the military, and of course the growing communities. And farmers in Iceland, they have had to adapt to those changes. We were reminded in the COVID era the importance of being self-sufficient with food when we were isolated here in the midst of the Atlantic Ocean. But they have had to adapt to the changes, and beside traditional farming, they are, of course, many of them occupied in the greenhouse farming. They are renting out rooms, renting out horses. They are even renting out salmon rivers to have some salary base to live here. And of course, it's important for the country that there are people living on the countryside. And here you see, to your left, you see some of the summer houses lighted up. They are, in this area, they are several thousand. And on both sides of the road, of course. The trees you see here, the small birch closest to the road, is the only original tree in Iceland called the birch. But those are firs and evergreens here on your right side. They are mainly planted. The aim is to, only 1% of the island is covered with trees. And the aim is in to increase that amount to keep on fighting the carbon dioxide pollution, as they call it. But we have a long way to go. And this is, yeah, we can say a relatively old volcanic area. That we can judge by the vegetation here, which has been growing. Here to your right, in the hills here at 3 o'clock, closest to the road, is an old crater. It's estimated to be 6,500 years old. It is 54 meters in depth. And there is a pond on the bottom. It's just the groundwater, of course. And the hills in front of us are so-called red hills. That's because the soil, even though it's covered with snow now, is red. And that's due to explosion under the ice cap and long connection with water, that they are red in color, and they have ionized. But we are experiencing them as just white hills today, and that's something special with Iceland. Visiting Iceland in the spring and the summer and the autumn, you're seeing all kinds of colors in the nature which you're maybe not used to, like red, yellow, and of course the green colors of summers and so on. So even though they exploded those hills under the ice cap, they are not necessarily volcanoes. They are just ash or some kind of lava formation that exploded under the ice cap and was in connection with the ice cap for a long time. Because in the ice ages, the last one being 10,000 years ago, Iceland was totally covered with glacier. And that's probably the reason that the island was settled so late, because far out down into the Atlantic Ocean, it was just ice cap. Yeah, I was talking about the bishop. We were driving his road, the bishop's road. We are, the majority of Icelanders are Protestants. We are Lutheran Protestants since 1550. And the bishop episcopi was here in front of us. I can point the church out when we drive past it, for 800 years. Then it was, of course, moved to Reykjavik because it was considered practical to have the bishop in the growing city of Reykjavik. But today it's the episcopi of one of two vice bishops in Iceland. Their main task is to crown the main bishop when he is selected.
Quite interesting to see it in the summer.
So we've got no spaces on this, spaces on the second one, because they're two wires together. The ones at home are definitely different. There's ones with cross spaces if you want. On camera, which is good. Wow. Single track road right now. That we're on to. The seller's menu on the other end. Okay. Road widens here.
And the community coming here up is just a service community for the agriculture and the summer houses in this vast area. At 2 o'clock to your right you see the Eyjafjallajökull at the horizon. It's partly clouds over the top, but that's where it is. And that's where it erupted in 2010 and halted all air traffic. And as you see, even though the Christmas season is over, the communities like to make changes, have those lights around the main road and so on, to give this warm feeling over the cold days of winter. And now we have approximately 40 kilometers, some 20 miles to our first destination. We are getting closer. And
so 40 miles to our
summer
first
houses are mainly
then.
privately owned, but they are also owned by farmers and or the workers' union in Iceland. They own a lot of summer houses. They rent them out to their members. But I should maybe tell you a little bit about our economy. We are a fishing nation. The last 150 years we have had our main income by fisheries. and they are today about 35% of our exports. A similar amount comes from the aluminium industry, but the Icelandic state is selling electricity to the aluminium industries, which are international companies. And the resting 30% is all kind of industrial activity, often related to the fishing industry, high-tech companies serving the fishing industry and other industries, of course. But in recent years, the service sector has been growing, and the largest source of income today is actually the tourist industry. There are 2 million people visiting Iceland every year, and 8 million people flying the North American pathway over Iceland and using Iceland as a hub between Europe and America and Canada, with Iceland there as the main service airliner. But there are 25 airliners that are serving the Icelandic market. We tried we tried for several years ago to be active in the financial sector. That ended up with all of the 3 major Icelandic banks going bankrupt, and we have been more careful in that area since. And fortunately we have recovered, the economy has recovered from that dreadful experience. So Iceland is today an affluent country. We are similar to the Nordic countries. We are often looked at as a homogeneous group of countries with similar infrastructure. And in the 9th century, when the island was settled, the first 4 centuries we were a national state. But in the 13th century, due to disputes on the island and fight between the chieftains that ruled the island, we came under the Norwegian king for a while, for roughly over 100 years. But then in the 14th century we came under the so-called Kalmar Union, which was a joint kingdom of Scandinavia, Norway, Sweden and Denmark. And when that kingdom was resolved in the 16th century, we became part of the Danish kingdom with Norway, and Denmark split it from Sweden. So we were subject to the Danish crown for 500 years, 5 centuries. But in the 19th century, national movement in Iceland grew, and that resulted in home rule in 1904 and independence 1918 with the Danish king as head of state. It was like the Commonwealth, like the Charles the third is king of Canada, but Canada is independent. Then in the Second World War, things started to happen. We were occupied by the British in May 1940, just weeks after the Germans had taken Denmark and Norway. There was a large British force that came here and occupied the island, but of course they were in huge trouble. So what did Churchill do? He negotiated with President Roosevelt that the Americans would take over the defendant of the island, and they did so and came here in 1941 in June, and hence the time. It was six months before they entered the Second World War. And how could they justify their appearance here? It was done on the basis of this tectonic plate theory at the time. Iceland was partly on the North American tectonic plate, and in the time of President Monroe they had made an act which stated that the United States would not tolerate any foreign aggression on the Americas, but they extended that act to cover the
0
tectonic plate,
degrees Celsius.
the North American tectonic plate. And it so happened that this theory was German by origin. It was put forward by a German scientist called Alfred Wegener. But today, of course, it has been proven right. He knew what he was saying, and that's how they justified their appearance here 6 months before entering the war. And in 1944, it was decided in a national referendum that we would cut all ties to Denmark and we would become a republic. And we have been a republic since then, 78 years. And we have a joint agreement with the United States defending the republic, bilateral agreement. But we are also members of NATO, even though we have no military. We are founding members of NATO. And it's with pride and joy that we support the incoming of Sweden and Finland, the last two Nordic countries being members of NATO. But due to its strategic position in the North Atlantic, Iceland is of importance. But of course, many Icelanders participated in the Second World War and in the US Army, and we lost, of course, a lot of fishermen trying to reach the UK market with fish, so we paid our share there too. And now coming up is the church in front of us at 12 o'clock. Its white bell tower is appearing. This is where the bishop seat, the episcopacy of the bishop, was situated for 800 years, and the vice bishop is now seated there. It's exactly at 12 o'clock here, if you look closely. And one thing which is of interest here is that this is maybe the only place in Iceland for centuries we could talk about some kind of village, because around close to the bishop was the priest school, educating young men to become priests, and of course there were several teachers there and servants serving the school and the bishop and the church. So maybe we can talk about some small village there over the centuries, here in middle of nowhere for most of us, but it was at least a small community. This driving we are doing now gives you an indication about the weather in Iceland. For the first thing, it's always changing, and like the wind now, it is up to 20 meters in second, but then at some places the wind falls down. And now at 2 o'clock to your right, you see the church at Skálholt, and the community, there's a school there. And it's a popular place. They have rooms to rent, and it's a popular thing between couples going there for a weekend and just be quiet. Think about God.
I'm not always completely sure about the lines here, the warning road lines in Iceland.
We are here driving over a salmon river, quite well known. It is very expensive to rent those best rivers. Just imagine, up in the north, one day with one rod can cost up to £3,000 per day. And the farmers are mainly owning the rivers. They have unions and they rent them out.
More lodging.
And there are all kind of famous people that stay here in the summer months to fish salmon. Pop stars and royalties and such people. And they are left alone. They are not bothered by Icelanders, and there are no paparazzis chasing them around. So it's quite popular to come here in
1 degree Celsius.
Summer months. The most famous person, I can mention him because everybody knows him, is Eric Clapton, the guitarist and pop star. He has been here for decades. It's his favorite sport, and he even rents a river here in Iceland jointly with some friends, Icelandic friends that But then we have also people that have been investing in areas and buying up rivers, like on the northeast coast. And there is a person that bought up to 40 farms to gain access to the best rivers in that area. But I think it's, there are unwritten rules about greediness, which I think stopped him. We are now soon approaching a greenhouse community, horticultural community. They have several thousand square meters of greenhouses where they grow those tomatoes, cucumbers, peppers, and those usual vegetables, berries and salads, flowers, and they are also occupied in greeting visitors. They have restaurants there, and one of the most popular restaurants in Iceland is situated at the site in a greenhouse, and they are offering the speciality of the greenhouses, and you have to book a table there well in advance to have any possibility of being greeted. They are renting out horses. You see it here to your right at 1 o'clock, the lights from some of the greenhouses, but many of them are positioned in between the trees here in this area, so we won't see them, but they are several thousand square meters. There are actually several such communities in Iceland and in this area. This is called the Reykholt, which means in English the Smoke Hill community, and you see the community here a little bit at 2 o'clock to your right, looming behind and beside the greenhouse there. And there they have all necessary infrastructure like school and possibly healthcare and running a little community. So there are several such communities, mainly here on the south coast and the west coast, because here it's hot water is in abundance. Coming up here to our right is another restaurant. It's called Mika. It's actually owned by Polish people. 15% of people living in Iceland are immigrants. They are coming from many areas, like Poland. The Poles are the single largest group of immigrants in Iceland, about 5 and 6%. And we have had a good, we had a good working relation with Poland even before the Cold War, and those ties resulted in them coming in increased numbers. Last year we had 3,000 Ukrainians coming to Iceland, so the housing question is straining for a moment. Here to your right you would go down to the restaurant. There are always a lot of cars here situated. And other immigrants to Iceland are, except the Poles and the Ukrainians, which are here maybe just temporarily, are people from the Scandinavian countries and North Europe, from the Baltic countries, and even further from Thailand and the Philippines, and partly from Vietnam. The Thailanders and the Philippines, they came here originally due to the fishing industry, but they have of course adapted and are now in other areas, like in the restaurant business, and so on and so forth. But most of us, 85% of us, have
19 miles.
Are originated from the settlement era, and we actually have a data bank in Iceland, quite accurate, that where we can in few seconds trace our ancestry 1100 years back. So we know quite well who we are and who were our forefathers.
Speed picks up there. In this snow, some of the speed on it's absolutely impossible to observe. So, yeah.
It's going to be cold when we get out, isn't it?
Yes.
What's that? Oh, did you? I didn't. I just kept them on the whole time. You put them right down. Oh, did you? Well done. And I had to take my boots off, he said. Making it really hard. Yeah. Pardon? But they are on.
Over snow?
Yeah.
A little bit.
Measured it with your belt on. Yeah. Ah. Thinking. I think your leggings are thicker than mine though, aren't they?
We are now getting closer to our first destination, which is the hot spring area at Geyser. And I'm going to use the time to explain for you this natural phenomenon. It is a hot spot. There is heat in the ground, and into the area is running in a sprick system fresh water, and this water heats up in the park, and at certain temperature, about roughly 100 degrees Celsius, the water starts to seep up out of the spricking system and comes up through the hot springs. So it's quite simple. The water is a melted water from glaciers inland, like the Long Glacier, which is the second largest glacier in Iceland. And in the area there is one hot spring or geyser that blows regularly, 35 meters up though depending on weather conditions. And this is just a natural phenomenon. And when you arrive at the place, you walk up through the main entrance and up into the park, and people usually gather around the blowing hot spring, which blows quite regularly every 7 to 10 minutes. And you have to be prepared if you're going to take a picture, because it blows suddenly, and sometimes it blows even twice in a row. The old geyser, which all blowing hot springs in the world are named after in the English language and many other languages too, is situated in this area. But it is actually in retirement. It hasn't blown for quite a while, and that's due to environmental conditions. It is so tough, it has become so top heavy that it doesn't manage to blow, and it's not allowed to help it due to environmental conditions. But it blows occasionally when there have been movements in the earth, like earthquakes, and some of the top water escapes. So there is a lot of cooling on top of the geyser that cools down and prevents it from blowing. But when it blew up to 95 meters. But the structure is quite impressive. It blows regularly 35 meters. The long glacier, which is feeding this ecosystem with the groundwater, is here at 11 o'clock in front of us. And why does it melt? It's because there are hot spots under the glacier too. So there's a constant recycling from glacial material to when it reaches the bottom, it melts in many areas and sippers into the ground as a groundwater. And the hot spring park is now at 12 o'clock directly in front of us. You see a small hill, and a little bit to your right, that's where the hot spring are, and if you have your eyes closely on it, you could see one extra blow while we are driving to the spot.
Horses.
And at the side there is a restaurant and a store. You're welcome, and toilets. You're welcome to use that those facilities. But we are not taking lunch break there. We're just stopping there for 50 minutes or so before heading on to the Golden Waterfall, where we will also take a lunch break. They are waiting for us there with meat soup or alternative to the vegetarians, and that's where we will take a 90 minutes break. But here we are only taking 50 minutes break before heading on to our next destination, which is quite close. And it is important that you keep in mind the time frame, so the flow of the tour will continue like it has so far, and have in mind the timetable. There will be several buses from this company at the site today, and you will always know what's your bus, because the number 5 is in the front window. You are in bus number 5, and the number is in the front window. And when we come to the lunch site at the Golden Waterfall, you will go directly into the restaurant, and there your table is waiting for you. It is table number 5. It's best to go direct into the restaurant and have the lunch break before then going down to the waterfall. When you arrive at the hot spring area now in few minutes, there are certain things that you have to have in mind. It can be slippery, so please take notice of the ground you're walking, and because of the wind that is blowing, there can come swift winds up to 20 meters a second. So you try to have that in mind. Be careful. Support each other. Stay on the pathways. Stay off wind, and so on and so forth. And don't forget the time. So we will all be making this tour on time. And now the hot springs park is here at 1 o'clock to your right, on the right side of the small hill you see in front of you. And even though you see people checking the heat of the water running from the hot wells, don't do it. Because there are regularly accidents happening here. People are trying to do something that you usually don't do when you're checking boiling water at home. So you could be lucky, the water running from the hot springs maybe has cooled enough, but there have been accidents here. And the last famous person that had accident here was the famous pop singer Ed Sheeran. He had to try the heat for himself and got severely burnt on his foot. And that's good to remember that it takes us at least 2 hours to the next emergency center. Because we are quite far inland now. We are as far as the road system reaches in the winter time. So we are almost in the middle of the country. And there is no emergency service in this area. So few basic rules, but you don't have to forget that you're here to enjoy the site, and I hope you do it so, because this is the most popular site in Iceland, and people have been coming here for centuries to look at this natural phenomenon. The blowing geyser has nothing to do with man, it's just the nature expressing itself by heating up groundwater to boiling temperatures and blowing it up due to under pressure in the water up on the surface. And now we see how the wind is again blowing up.
I'm trying to look at where it is.
So it is about 11:30 that we will go to the next site. We are so close to the area we are visiting, and
10:37.
it only takes us about 10-15 minutes to reach the lunch site at the Golden Waterfall.
here. Wobbly. I think the coach in front of us is going to the same place.
Yes.
So we'll be continuing straight. Oh, I can just tell you the temperature read. Hang on, give me a second. Bear with me. So you can see it, temperature has changed. To 2 degrees Celsius. Humps.
Now coming up here to your right is the restaurant, and in the middle of the houses here there are access to toilets. You're welcome to use them, but remember, we are not taking lunch break here. We are going directly after the visit to the Golden Waterfall, where we have already booked a table. And here to your left is the park. You will walk up into the park through the white fence here, and on this and up into the park and gather around the hot spring if you want to take a picture of this. Otherwise you're on your own and can enjoy the time here. But we are leaving 11:30 in 50 minutes, 11:30, and you are on bus number 5 and bus number 5, and so 2 of them have already reached, so we will be parking beside them here. And it is slippery, so when you just go out of the bus for the first time, be careful.
So we are here at Geyser, Geysir. Also just snow reversing, as it looks like.
Leave our bags here.
Minutes, 11:30, we are leaving. You're on bus number 5, so you will know the way back to the bus. Toilets inside. Okay, but enjoy the time.
Your bag, your bag you want? Your hat and stuff.
Okay, so we are now here at the first stop, so I'm going to pause the camera, and then when we get back we'll restart the film as we head towards our next stop. So that will be next. Here we are now back on. We're now back on home visits to the geyser.
Pardon?
This is very sippy indeed, by the way. Those of you wondering.
Your hand hurts, but not your head.
If I like poke it,
Right, so it's not an almighty crash that.
I think it was my hands above one place, so I took it out and it
Oh.
was pretty slow.
Okay.
My hat's in there as well, so it really I would say if it did.
Okay.
Ah.
You normally do?
Get your left hand.
She's taken over my job.
I'm in the better as well. So I had myself to do that.
I would say.
Wow. This is Mercedes-Benz Snaeland Grimsson livery.
Yeah. What isn't it? Yeah. In the middle of this.
Yeah.
The outside bit. It's like
By the way, for those anyone wanting TUI provide coaches usually there with their holidays, which is what we've gone, which is what we're doing anyway.
We found that restaurant for when we're having lunch. Pardon? Say?
Now you can see there was a lot brighter than when the video had started. First thing. So now you can see the coach. There's USB, which doesn't work. Well, two things don't work. If they light up, like they do here, good indication. So I might be able to get the airport one done again. No.
What do you mean you're going to have to do it with people? Not well, my side, isn't that the only thing?
I like the language there.
Not that far. Yeah. I think with a really great poem like that.
Yeah. What am I looking for? Yeah. Fine. See you again. I feel.
This is driving on the bike, so the wheel is on the left hand side.
It's about a certain point. I think maybe there.
That?
That's fine and that was about the same point.
It's worse, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, fine. Not what's near me. Hello, what is it? Did you say something? No, like, we're meant to wrap a car. Oh, were we? I don't know. You did? That's crazy.
That's right.
I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Basically 15 minutes. Sorry. It's only 5 minutes.
Close to being fully loaded.
I thought it was that really. I thought we only left at what was that? I thought it was later than that. It was hard. Was it? I thought it was neighbour, I thought it was more like 22 people.
At least I'm doing something that's a coach, but doesn't have to be the Red Arrow. Okay, we're now loaded, departing 6 minutes late. It's a case set
Well,
for
this was the hot spring area, and we are now heading to the Golden Waterfall. Obviously, the strong wind, which is here now, is affecting the blow. It was not the one I saw. Maybe you saw another. It was just few meters up in the air, and that's because the wind is cooling down the surface of the hot spring, and that affects the blows. You see the statue here to your right at 2 o'clock, the white statue, the two. This was once in time, there was a school here for young lads learning to wrestle in the Icelandic farm wrestle, which was quite popular here before. And actually in 1927, at the Olympics in London, this wrestling technique was shown there as a special wrestling technique. But the school has closed since long ago. Now it's just karate and judo and such fights. And we are heading towards the Golden Waterfall. It is just 10-15 minutes away from here, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about this waterfall. It is situated in a glacial river. It is the largest, second largest waterfall in Iceland. But it is the most famous waterfall, and as the hot springs here, one of the most visited places in Iceland. It is beautiful. It is in 2 steps, 18 meter high and 32 meter high, and the water amount on average is about 90 cubic meters per second. The reason for the name, there are theories about it. Sometimes small rainbows can be found along over the waterfall, and others say that because this is a glacial river, at times the river can get a yellow color, too yellow, and so that's the idea behind the name. People coming here to Iceland to visit this waterfall compare it to the most beautiful and most famous waterfall in the world, like the Niagara Falls and the Victoria Falls in Africa and so on, and many others, of course. Even though it's on average 90 cubic meters per second, it can fluctuate a lot in size, depending on how much water is coming from the glacier. And it's a surface water on the glacier. It's not.
Here we go.
The sun
Look at that.
is melting the glacier in the daylight, and then
Wow.
that's maybe how most of the water comes in a riverbed, the surface water, but in the groundwater is also mainly from the glaciers here, which is here to our left up in the mountains. And you will notice it maybe on the way to the area that the road is bumpy at times. That's because by nature this area is wetland. And you maybe noticed at some places ditches around the roads. Those ditches are digged by the farmers to dry the acres and the land they are cultivating.
Again.
There is a little story behind this waterfall. There was a young lady in the beginning of the 20th century which fought plans to build a power plant, hydraulic power plant at the site, and use the waterfall to drive it, but she fought fiercely against it, and she even went on foot to Reykjavik to lobby against those plans, and eventually she had better. So there's a side statue of her on the lower plan, close to the waterfall. You can view it from two plans, from the lower plan and the higher plan. We will be heading up on the higher plan where the restaurant is, where you can walk direct into the restaurant. And after the lunch break, you can easily go beyond the restaurant and walk a pathway down to the higher plan of the area, where you can view this waterfall, which is now most certainly in its winter coat. Yeah, the long glacier is here to your left, up in the mountains. I at least see the southern edge of it here behind the mountains. It's a huge area, between 3 and 4% of the area in Iceland, this second largest glacier. And what categorizes a glacier? It is if the glacier is thicker than 35 meters, it is defined as a glacier. But the thickness of the glaciers can be over 1,000 meters, which would be over 3,000 feet. So that's what we are talking about. Those are huge glaciers here inland in Iceland. And the largest glacier in Europe is here on the southeast coast, the Water Glacier. This road we are driving is one of two roads which we could drive across the island to the north coast. But in the winter time it closes at the restaurant because there is no service to have beyond that point. And the highland is just gravel, mountains and glaciers, and no place to be traveling in the winter time, at least. Yes, and we will be staying there for 90 minutes. So 20 minutes past 1 o'clock we will be leaving the area and driving back to Reykjavik. What we have to have in mind is that there is some uncertainty about the route to the national park. The road is now closed, and we will be informed hopefully at the waterfall before we start heading back to Reykjavik what way we can, if we can take the original way or if we have to divert our course due to weather conditions. And when you, now some word of cautions, stay on pathways here, don't go too close to the edges because there are those wind strings, as we call them, up to 20 meters in second, which can be quite scary. So it's very important that you be careful at all times. You can view the waterfall from the higher ground, or you can walk down a staircase to the lower ground. Some parts of the area are closed already, closest to the waterfall, but you can even view it from the higher platform. It is a magnificent place to look at, and there is something about the strength of water and the human thinking. There is some bond. People seek to the forces that are surrounding the falling waterfall, and we can talk a little bit better about that later on. But in the Osa religion, the chieftain ruling the country, they had to have waterfall to speak to the gods. They thought that, and they spoke to the gods before taking every major decision. So, and all around Iceland there are all kind of magnetic forces because this is a volcanic place. Of course, it affects people differently, but we have even healthcare institutes on the west coast that are using those magnetic forces to heal people. And this was the lower ground we just passed, and here appearing is the higher ground, the restaurant. We will stop in front of the restaurant and you can walk direct into the restaurant and just straight in. The TUI representatives are there situated and they can guide you, but you know your table is number 5 because you are on bus number 5. And we will be leaving in 90 minutes. We can say 15 minutes past, I said 20, did I? 20 minutes past 1 o'clock. If you're sooner, we leave sooner. Okay, and those trucks you see here to your left, they are offering rides up into the glacier, which is behind the mountain ridge you see here, the Earl's Hats. Okay, and this is the restaurant, and the door is straight in front of you. You see it there, but when you go down to the waterfall, you go beyond the other side. Okay, enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you here 15 to 20 minutes past 1 o'clock. Thank you. 5 past 5.
Okay, we are now right back on the Snaeland Grimsson coach.
Yeah.
It's the most sunlight, daylight we've seen for about 4 days. Let alone here, including at home. After that drive down.
Yeah.
See how snowy it is now. I wonder if this is charging. It's like charge. That's right. It's all vented down there. Putting out very good heat. Because it's cold this time of year. As you can see. You can also now see you got extra storage underneath. Twin seats. Very nice. Bobber's loading up anyway.
Mama, I don't know. It just feels convenient.
Tools on the CV. Pardon? Tools on the CV. Is it?
What's
Like, have to turn much more than like samples of proceeding and plan.
I will.
What time?
Will you?
Pick up rotations at 9. 9 o'clock? Oh. Right. So check where. Oh, there wouldn't be rush to those. No, we don't. I think
tomorrow for that.
I do. Yeah, so we can take our time. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah, but we could find the, the street food place that's, we know, I think I know where that is. And that's a lot more sensible. Because it's clear. Yeah. Yeah. We could do it a bit earlier. Yeah, that's a good idea. Get some lobster. That's good, that's on. It's pleasing. Well, it would maybe be soup again, but that's fine.
9 o'clock.
Lobster. That's cool. So at 9, is it? Right.
Okay, we're now loaded up anyway. on Snaeland Grimsson Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah. Just about.
Is it not known right? What's the
This is one with,
Those guys that just got on.
I'm guessing a 6-speed manual gearbox.
what Fraser did?
Yeah,
Fraser said just about.
No, I did.
We were in the queue and I was like, we're the last one.
It's 1 minute early.
That's all right.
1 minute early.
High 0, low -3.
Not wearing these in my daily life.
And the coach is saying the same. You know, I really want buses to be spec to temperature though, really.
I think we're totally.
I remember on school trips, trips before even, I do apologise, but I've seen coaches with the with the degrees temperature on them, degrees Celsius, and we're off. There's a real big.
So if we would go here to your right, we would cross the island, but that road is closed obviously, and the long glacier is here behind this mountain ridge. There is a bit of skies there, but that's the southern edge. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have to, the road we are supposed to drive today to the national park is closed and will not be opened. So we have to take the same route back to Reykjavik. This road we were supposed to take are two heights between the lake and between the city, and they are unfortunately closed. So we will just go in the sunlight back to Reykjavik, and the national park has to wait. You see, at this time of the day, the sun is at its highest position. It doesn't go any higher than this. And we have a saying in Iceland, to survive the winter, it's very good to look into the sun and get the strength from the sun. As I understand, there is the Northern Lights are on tonight, and the pickup is usually around 9 o'clock.
plane style seatbelts. What do you see on an aeroplane normally?
If you look over the area here, you see steam coming up from the ground in several places. And of course we have the hot springs park here in front of us soon. So there is a lot of geothermal hot water in the ground here. And the area we are driving now is belonging to a horse farm. The farmer here is renting out horses and keeping a lot of horses. And the Icelandic horse is a special creature or animal. It is a small horse, believed to be Mongolian by origin, and it is well known. Here you have some horses, and they are strong and sturdy and rather gentle-minded, and they can be outdoor all year around. But the sheep and the cows, they have to be kept indoor. The sheep, because they can drown in the snowstorms. And the horse, is famous for the fact that it can walk and run in 5 different ways. Actually, here to your right, you see some sheep, and there is a large horse culture in Iceland around the Icelandic horse. It's believed that there are about 75,000 horses in Iceland, but abroad in neighboring countries, it's estimated they are around 250,000 originating from Iceland. Nobody exactly knows how the horse came to the country, but it must have been the first settlers that brought it with them, and it has been here for 1100 years and adapted to this environment, so they can well be outdoor all year around. They grow a special winter coat to help them survive.
Slightly wiggly reptile, though, it has to be said.
The sheep is the main source of meat production and also wool production, of course.
Narrow bridge coming up.
Until just a few years ago, it was the main source of meat, and we consumed almost all of the sheep.
One lane bridge, but basically narrow bridge.
In the early ages, this area belonged to a chieftain family. They were 35
Over
and
it
old,
now.
and they were called the Hawks. They were very influential in Iceland in the settlement era 1,000 years ago. Now this area is jointly owned by the Icelandic state and the farmers around here.
Got a big coach coming past us as well. Coach number... couldn't see it.
Actually, the hotspot was owned by an Englishman until 1940. Then an Icelandic businessman bought the property from him, and he donated it to the state, which owns most of the park, in the hope that it would maintain in the property of the nation.
I've never done a
guys here? YZ K76 OAG67 YDF8 PJH8 FO LO7. More off-road coaches as well. So we're not going to get them. So different as how, unlike when the video started today. This video is going to be like two different kinds of day.
I was going to use the opportunity to tell you a little bit about us Icelanders, our culture, and give you an idea about who we are. We of course, to start somewhere, the language we speak is of course Icelandic. It is the language that the people in Scandinavia spoke 1100 years ago. But due to the isolation of Iceland through the centuries, the language in Iceland didn't develop in directly the same method, same way as in Scandinavia. So we have to learn one of the Scandinavian languages to be able to speak to them. Until a few years ago, the main language, the second language in Iceland was Danish, but a few years ago it became English. So Icelandic is the first language we speak, and then we have to learn English and at least one of the Scandinavian languages, which in most cases is Danish. Of course, the language is key to our culture. By many of our neighbors, we are sometimes called the saga people, because the tradition for saga telling is highly valued in Iceland, and one of the highest occupation you can master is if you're a writer, storyteller. And we have been writing stories and telling stories through the centuries, and best known are the Icelandic sagas, who were written in the 11th to 13th century. They are roughly 20 in all, and they are different from similar stories in neighboring countries, because they are more about the ordinary people. What were the values of people living 1,000 years ago, and their destiny, about love, hate, honesty, and so on and so forth. One of the sagas happens here down on the south coast, called Njal's saga, and actually Njal is a Celtic name, Irish name, and it's about the two friends Gunnar and Njal, who were killed by their enemies, and the saga around that. In the 13th century we had a giant writer called Snorri Sturluson. I don't know if you heard about him. He wrote the book Hymns, Snorri's Heimskringla, which is about the Åsa religion. He wrote down all the traditions of the Åsa religion. That's why we know a lot about that religion, and actually there is a small group in Iceland that have re-established the Åsa religion. Mainly, they are
Snaeland Grimsson
culturally interested people and so on, but they did that, re-establish the religion. and Snorri was forgotten, but today he is rising again, and a lot of scholars are studying his legacy and finding out that he was a giant of a thinker. And even today we have many well-known writers, internationally known, some of them, like Arnald Indridason, Ragnar Jónasson, and Yrsa Sigurdardóttir. They are all well known and sometimes bestsellers in neighboring countries, but they have it jointly together. They mainly write about criminal stories, and that's a little bit ironic because the crime rate in Iceland is among the lowest in the world, but somehow they find something to write about. The giant of all Icelandic writers lived in the 20th century. He died in the beginning of the 21st century. It was the Nobel Prize winner in literature, Halldór Laxness. So that's about the storytelling and saga writing a little bit. One, maybe strange thing about us, we are always on first name basis. For example, my name is Svein, and I have 3 children, and they are then Svein's daughter and Svein's son. And that's the main naming system in Iceland. We are always on first name basis. So there are very few family names in Iceland. There are just few families, mainly those who were serving the Danes in the beginning of the 20th century and before, and who were allowed to take up such names, and then people who emigrated to Canada and United States and returned in the late 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. They were allowed to keep their family names, but otherwise we have this Old Norse naming system, which is quite effective, and it is to maintain the Old Norse tradition. In other fields of culture, for example, there are singing is very popular in Iceland, and music is of course thriving. Just imagine, we have 2 symphonic orchestras in Iceland, in this small community, one in Reykjavik and one on the north coast. And we have a well-developed educational system for musicians, and to brag a little bit about that, we have composers, among them Hildur Gunnadóttir. She won the BAFTA and the Oscar for composing the music to the film Joker, and she has been nominated again for composing a music for the Oscars. And of course we have many pop musicians like Björk, who has been active for decades, and Björk, and of course there are many groups like Sigur Rós is a well-known group, but probably the most popular pop singer in Iceland today is Múkisson. That's his state name. He's living on the northwest coast of Iceland, but he is in this country he's the giant, and he composes his own music, as many of them do, and so on and so forth. We have of course musicians in all fields, singers and musicians, and there is a choir in every community in Iceland, and in most of the communities more than one. Then we have the theater. That's thriving here. We have 2 professional theaters in Reykjavik and a lot of theater groups around the country, playing well-established process, and also we have many writers that write for the theater. Sports, of course, are very popular in Iceland. Football is, of course, our most popular sport, and you will not find one Icelander that hasn't his favorite team in England. We follow the English league closely, and of course that's considered the best league in the world, and so on and so forth. But we are also good in football, and we try to follow your example. And the highest reward we have maintained in the sports field in football was when we won England 2-1 in 2016 in the European Cup. And the problem was that they were so glad, the players, that we had a Swedish trainer, well-known trainer that trained the league team, the national team, and he said after the games, the problem with the Icelanders when they had won England 2-1, that was the reward for them. They could just go home. They totally lost concentration. So it was a major event, of course, and but since then we haven't managed to participate in the World Cup or the European League yet. Then handball is the second most popular sport in Iceland, but I don't think it's so popular in the UK. But it is very popular in the Scandinavian countries and in Germany and France, and some countries along the Mediterranean. We are lousy at skiing, even though we have occasionally a lot of snow, as you see. We don't have any long slopes as in the Alps, so we are not like our friends in Norway and Sweden, good in the skiing sport. But we are okay in the swimming arena. We have a lot of swimming pools in Iceland, and they are, most of them, open door, as we say, swimming pools. They are not in houses. They're just using warm water, and they are open, and it is it's not expensive to visit the swimming pools in Reykjavik, for example. So if you have the opportunity and some time, I would highly recommend that you will visit one of the swimming pools. There are hot pots in them too, so you can sit down and go into one of those pots. And actually, this is the meeting place of many Icelanders. So you can expect to meet Icelanders in the morning or in the evening, coming together to discuss all kinds of issues. So this was a little bit about the culture of the Icelandic people. We are, of course, close to the Nordic countries. We have a special relationship today with Norway, Sweden, Finland and Denmark, and it is actually very easy for us to, if I would, for example, want to move to Sweden or Denmark, I would just hand in some documents in Sweden about who I am, and then I don't have to. I have allowance to work there and live there, and it only takes us 2 years to become citizen, to get citizenship in some of those countries. We are not members of the EU. We have a special agreement with the EU, the so-called EEA agreement, and that is that we have adapted most of our legislation to the EU countries. But the fisheries and the agricultural industry are excluded. So that's why we have this special agreement. It took us many years to get the rule over our fishing grounds, and if we would join EU, we would have to hand them over, and that's a little too much. So the culture, the living condition in Iceland compared to, for example, Nordic countries is in many ways similar. We have the same educational system with the junior high school and then the universities and the grammar school for the younger ones. The state is involved in some areas, like the healthcare system is funded by the state, by taxes, and so is the educational system is funded by the state. And the state, otherwise, the industrial life, like the fishing industry and all other industries, they are of course privatized. It's called a so-called blend economy, which with understanding between the state and the private entrepreneurs. Actually, we have 7 schools in Iceland on higher educational level. We have 2 universities in Reykjavik, and then we have smaller schools on university level that teach, for example, all about the horsing and about the horse, and about schools that teaches about agriculture and horticulture, and business school and technical high school. They are on academic level. But many Icelanders, they seek education abroad. For example, until recently, most of our doctors, they seek further education abroad, mainly in the Nordic countries, and most of them in Sweden. So and also, to some extent, they seek further education in America and in the US, and we have a broad selection of fine doctors in Iceland with education, with knowledge and skills from the both continents. Like it is in many other fields, of course. Iceland is a haven for geologists. We have many well-known international geologists specialized in this nature, in volcans and such things. And we have a lot of young people coming to Iceland. Yeah, especially in geology, studying, but as well as in other fields. Yes, I was asked about the wildlife That's an essential question. In Iceland there is only one natural mammal. And would you know who that is? No, probably not. It is the Arctic fox. It is the only mammal that came here on its own. We have occasionally polar bears on the north coast, but they are drifters instantly taken out. Then on the east coast of Iceland we have reindeers, wild reindeers herds that were imported into the island in the 17th century, and they go wild on the east coast. Otherwise we don't have any mammals, except the mink who came here in the beginning of the 20th century. But that's not the main point. In the spring here we have rich bird life. There are 74 species of different birds coming to Iceland each spring to nest. They come in millions. The most common is the puffin that comes here in the spring and nests on the shores in colonies. And it's estimated that there are 10 to 20 million pairs nesting of puffin nesting there. And most of the species coming to nest here are seabirds. But then we have the Arctic tern, which is quite common here. And just imagine, it comes all the way from South Africa up here to Iceland to nest and then goes back. It's a fierce little bird and it protects its young heavily, aggressively. Then we have several wetland birds who come here to nest, and maybe the best loved wetland bird is coming from England. It's the golden plover, which comes here to nest in the early spring in April, and that bird is our token of the summer and spring, because at the time when it arrives we don't have any flowers to point at and say this is the token of spring, but we have the golden plover singing in the fields. And there are 17 species of ducks who nest here. The most common is the eider, where we get the eider down from, which is a valuable material in overcasts and pillows, especially in cold like this, and they are very expensive. And of course then we have the falcon, which is situated here all year around, and the white-tailed eagle. In the autumn, most of the birds they move from here, but there are few species that try to live here all year around. The best known is the ptarmigan, that is situated here all year around. It's white in the summer and it's brownish it's white in the winter and brown in the summer. So it's in that sense protected. And then we have the Arctic raven, which is a black clever bird, is often circulating around the main roads. It can survive here, and the little redwing is also often staying all year around in Iceland, but most species they go back home, like the golden plover. He lives in England over the winter. The Arctic tern goes all the way to South Africa, and many of the seabirds they go out to sea and they stay at sea, like the puffin, over the winter months. And this island is actually a haven for bird watchers. They monitor the traffic here closely. Most of the ducks they move up to the northeast coast of Iceland to a lake called Mývatn, or what shall I call it? The fly lake, where the flies are. There's a lot of flies. There are hundreds and thousands of ducks nesting there up in the north, and 3 of the species are coming from America, and the rest, 14 of them are those species coming from Europe. So we are closer to Europe than America in that sense. There are 3 different species of geese that nest here, and actually I have seen geese that have not left yet. They are trying, there seems to be part of the stock trying to survive in the winter. And people, there's a lot of advertisement and trying to ask people to help the small bird species in and around Reykjavik in this snow, because they have difficulties collecting some food. So there are many Icelanders that feed them over this period to help them to survive. I talked about the ducks and the geese, and of course the swan is quite common in Iceland. The big white swan, and can often be seen here along the roads, just on lakes and ponds.
Vito.
And actually in Reykjavik there is a stock of many birds that stay all year around close to the local pond in Reykjavik, which is where the city hall is situated.
Nice.
And when some of you came on board this bus, so around the city hall there is a opening in the pond, and there you can see at least many of some of the ducks, the eiders for example, and the swans, and some seabirds, seagulls. Here on the southwest coast there is a colony for southern gunnet, a very majestic bird that is an excellent diver, and there is a colony with several 100,000 birds on that little island just outside the southwest coast. And if you look now at 11 o'clock to your left at the horizon, you see the volcano I mentioned this morning, Eyjafjallajökull, that erupted in 2010. It's the high mountain ridge here at now, to me, 9 o'clock to your left. That's a volcano that many want to see, because they were traveling somewhere in the year 2010 and were halted for a week or even longer. And outside the beach, the south coast, are the Westman Islands. They are named after people from then the British Isles, which were accidentally slaves to the Hjörleif, that was the first settler with Ingolf, and they killed him. And they escaped to those islands and were found there, and the island were named the Westman Islands. You should be able to see them in such a clear weather. Soon. Yeah, I was going to tell you a little bit, of course, about the National Park at Thingvalla and why it is interesting. For the first, it is because of its historical value to the Icelandic people. The first parliament still in force in the world, or at least one of the oldest, was established there in the 10th century, 930. And it was established by the 35 chieftains that ruled the island, and with each and every one of those 35 chieftains were 3 independent farmers. So in all they were 145 who came together in June for 2-3 weeks to settle the laws in Iceland, and related to the Althing was a court that judged criminals that had offended the laws. And the Althing was ruled by the so-called Oddman, which was the chair of the meeting. And in the beginning, because this was before the written language, he had to speak out what were the ruling laws in Iceland. And this event, when the parliament came together in June, was the social media event of its age. Because people came from all over the island to participate in this event, looking for news, meeting people, making business, and so on and so forth. And the parliament was held in the open, and it was held there for 800 years, when in the end of the 18th century it was moved to Reykjavik, where it has occupied since then.
Again,
and actually we have to have in mind that establishing the Althing in 930 was nothing special for Icelanders. This was just the way the Norse people, the people in Northern Europe, how they ruled their societies. They established parliaments, or Althing as it's called here, and that's how they ruled the country. The weakness of the Icelandic national state at its time was that we had no one government. We had the 36 chieftains around the island who were ruling, but they didn't have mandate over the whole country. So that was the administrational weakness of the national state, and that's why we lost our power to the Norwegian king, which was of course manipulating the situation. And close to the parliament was this court, as I mentioned, and the sentences could be severe at the time. Men were beheaded or hanged or outlawed from the society, and women could be drowned for adultery and so on. So the system was quite harsh. But fortunately, I can say we are lean on criminals today. We try to rehabilitate them. And the main prison in Iceland is here on the south coast, in a village not far from here. And they say about this prison, it's harder to get in than getting out. And maybe that's hopefully because we have had this view, and it is united for the Scandinavian countries to rehabilitate criminals, which are mainly younger boys. We have no women prison, but we have cells for them if they offend the law. But most of the prisoners are young men, and most of the crimes are drug related, of course, and so we spend a lot of effort in rehabilitating prisoners. We have 30% of the prisoners are foreigners, and we have the problem with them. They refuse to go home, because some of them are from countries where if in prison the keys are almost thrown and they can just stay there. And this is the crate that I mentioned this morning. People walking around, of course, and it's in the summer. This is a beautiful place to visit. It's all reddish and greenish, and it's 54 meters in depth.
Iceland.
And again, the summer areas, and now you see better many of the summer houses, and how people treasure those houses. They are well kept and well equipped.
Coming out ahead as well. Nice gentle pace. Not giving it great guns. Well, the green trees on the left.
And this reminds me of the weather. We are fortunate to be driving this way back in sunshine, but just a little bit further, maybe 10-15 miles where we were supposed to drive, it's all closed, just dark. You almost see the skies over the area we should be driving. And those trees are, of course, most of them, the evergreens, are planted, and the fir. And the one common tree that is planted in Iceland is the Alaskan asp, the Alaskan asp. And then we have also the Alaskan lupine. Those two species come from Alaska, and the Alaskan lupine is used to better the soil in the country. It helps other vegetation to grow later on when it has built up the soil. And in the summer times, there are along the roads, you can see in many places this blue color along the roads where the Alaskan lupine is growing. And it is, of course, debated in Iceland, like everything, because it's from Alaska, but the specialists say that this it will give space to other vegetation as times go, but it is growing, it thrives well here. Of course, the agriculture is very important as a food source for the country. But the main export industry, the fishing industry, is of course immensely important too. It has been gone through great changes and is one of the few fishing industries in the world that is generating profit. The UK market is an important market for
super heavy container
Iceland,
apparently,
like the cod, haddock, and saithe, and some flatfishes. And
JCB digger, bulldozer.
Grimsby and Hull were important harbours for the Icelandic fishing industry, and Immingham is the harbour in Immingham is of great importance. So I would presume that the UK market is, by tradition, one of our most important markets. And this is the Salmon River, Soyit. We drove over this morning. Often in the
bridge.
summer months you can see fishermen along this river trying to catch the big one.
The big another plate. Wow. Are they going to the States? I don't know. I'm in a high gear and I just heard it. So they're going uphill basically. Set gear stick. Change to a high gear as you could probably clearly tell. The reason why it feels like I was because this is called a basically circular round trip. This is.
Yeah, once again at 3 o'clock, 9 o'clock to your left you see the top of the Hekla, and then again here at 11 o'clock Eyjafjallajökull, and outside the coast are the Westman Islands. They should be, I think I see the top of them, but I'm not sure. Because it's only here in this area where the skies are clear. And here to your right you can see the stones that have fallen down these mountain slopes when there are earthquakes here.
Ah.
The last one was in 2008. It was over 6 Richter scale. But we don't usually get the really tough earthquakes like in the Pacific Ocean or in Asia, like around Indonesia and Japan. Because here the tectonic plates are drifting apart, and the movement in the earth is a little bit softer than in the Pacific Ocean. But an earthquake on around 6.6 Richter scale is of course quite harsh.
House coming up. Okay. That house is coming
Massive rocks next to it, bigger than the house.
That's
And here to
really
your left
starting
is
to pile on
again
there,
the largest community on the south coast,
almost sounds like
Selfoss,
mad that is.
with
Goodness
9,000
me.
people. But the prison village is here straight south of us, maybe 4 miles from here.
Oh, the worst such a transformer like I ever seen. Going on to dual coach now, on to, but not for long. Because we're then back to single once again.
And here you see again the grid net feeding the communities on the west
That is
coast
dual,
and the
technically,
aluminium
but-
factories with electricity from the hydraulic power stations here on the south coast in a riverbed called Þjórsá. The little hill here in front of us, a little bit to our left, is called Sjónarhóll in Icelandic, or the view hill. So people here in this flatland, they monitored the area by walking up on this hill and look at the traffic, if there were any gatherings of enemies in the neighborhood. And this is an iconic hill, referring to when people are looking over an area or some case, for example, then they say from this Sjónarhóll, from this viewing hill, would be the English translation.
Simple, I think that was. Couldn't quite read. That's your duster kicking up snow dust. Oh, off-road vehicle. Suppose the vehicles to drive in this weather. I think at the time of recording, the buses were very good back home, unfortunately. No. Oh well. Not to worry. coast steel barriers. The longest we've ever done. It's actually a coach, not a bus. They call it bus numbers, but it's a coach.
The height you see here in front of us, this is the cave height or Hellis heiði. This is the height that divides the south coast from the southwest coast. So we have to go over this height. Hopefully it's still open.
Snow plow.
But it is the wind that is our enemy for the moment.
Main cause of concern. Which is why we're driving very, very slow, as you can see. Because we're in a high-sided
Yes, and of course
vehicle.
cars that are stranded. The south coast is long. It's over 200 miles. It's over 400 kilometers in length, and it mainly consists of sand, black sand beaches. There are very few natural harbors on the south coast, only 4, 5 to mention. The best fishing harbor is at the Westman Islands. There are 4,000 people living there, harvesting the ocean, and then few others, mainly on the southwest coast and southeast coast.
It's unlike when we listened to that on the M40, but M40/M3 for example, but there's 2 ponds instead of 1 found here basically. I encountered lots of transformers though. When the video on the M40 was done. Was done anyway. Little fish on. Following signs for Reykjavik. Small coaches make their presence known. Go. Pylons again. This is going to be going up, which is why I'm primarily looking up for this window here. I like how fast these pylons do, they really do. But again, some of these started in the UK, and you've got some. going through them.
I was mentioning that those who offended the laws in the early ages of settlement could be outlawed from the island. And one such person that was outlawed from Iceland was the Viking Erik the Red. And Erik the Red, he discovered, he settled in Greenland. He went with 35 vessels to Greenland, and there was an Icelandic settlement on the at two places on the west coast of Greenland until the 16th century, when it disappeared and no one exactly know what happens. But it so happens that it is in the year 1000. This is about the same time the Inuits came from the polar area and settled in the north of Greenland, and then gradually came further south, even souther than the Icelandic settlement. So due to this outlaw, Icelanders were among the first settlers in Greenland. And it was the son of this Erik the Red, it was Leif Eriksson, and he was actually the first Norse person to find America, Markland and Vineland. This can all be read in our stories, but no one, many had doubts about this, because Christopher Columbus was of course the official discoverer of America, but he came 500 years later than this Leif Eriksson. And now it has been proven in Canada mainly that there was a Norse settlement in America 500 years before Christopher Columbus. And his name was, the first settler was Leif Eriksson, or the first explorer. And in the mountain ridge here to our right, this is where the Hot River is situated. It's very popular to go hiking there, parking there in the town and walk up the hills and bath in this river.
Get a good view here, look. Looking towards the Snaeland Grimsson coast that's in front.
And now actually, if you look closely out to the
very long
ocean to
hairpin
your
left we've taken.
it was about 10 o'clock, you see the Westman Islands. I knew it.
Yes, there are hairpins here.
They are appearing there
Goes
on the
without saying.
horizon. That's the Westman Islands. And they are named after the Celts or the slaves that Hjörleif kept. He was a warrior, but his friend Ingol, the first settler, he was not a warrior by nature. He was more of a entrepreneur, a farmer maybe. He was looking for land to cultivate.
I think a minibus veered off course back there. Looked like it. But we're still on course.
Yeah, talking about Vikings, I was going to tell you about Egil the Viking, which the brewery was named after. He is one of the most famous Vikings of Icelandic nature. He lived here 4,000 years ago. And one of the Icelandic sagas is about his life. No one knows who wrote this story, but it is considered the best written Icelandic saga. It is believed that, or there is a professional guess, that the writer Snorri Sturluson in the 13th century wrote his story. And in his story, he is described as a ferocious Viking. And just imagine, he made his first killing only 6 years old. And he went abroad to Scandinavia, to the UK, participated in many local wars, and became a rich man and returned to Iceland. But no one, he did hide his wealth. He had a silver wealth, a lot of silver, and he hid it and said that no one would gain access to it. And in his saga, he had one spot, one soft spot, and that was he was an excellent poet. And in his
-2°C now.
Later years, he had lost 2 of his sons, and his grief was overwhelming, and he decided that he would just lay down and die where he was standing. But he had a clever daughter that convinced him that the least thing he could do before dying was to make a poem about his beloved sons. And he thought that was a good idea before going, and start writing the poem, many verses. And in the end, when he had finished the poem, he had regained his strength again and decided to live on. And he was actually, he lived here on the southwest coast, not far from here, maybe 10 miles from here. And his legacy is still alive, even in the modern society. And like the brewery, the largest brewery is named after him, and especially places on the west coast where he lived. And he was a giant of a man. When he killed his friend, 6 years old, his father became crazy and was going to kill his son. But there was a woman that took care of the boy that could hide him from his father and save his life. But when his father knew that this lady, the slave lady, had saved his boy, he killed her instead. So this was how cruel this society could be in the early ages of the Viking area. Because they believed that dying in war was no issue. They believed that they would end up in Valhalla with the gods, and
the other one?
sitting at the table with the gods and having a good time. So they had no fear of dying.
So you won't see that. Yeah.
The reason, the debate who actually came here, was it a mixture of
See all the dust being kicked up.
the
Snow
British
even.
Isles and the North countries is
These are the conditions.
is still debated. Yeah, is discussed, not
Yes, I
debated,
want
discussed in Iceland. And when we travel the south coast, this is one of the topics that we like to speculate about. And all those words used in the Icelandic language, which are believed to be of Celtic origin, you can't deny that connect us. Even so, some letters in the alphabetic are similar to the Celtic language. And this year they published a book about the Celts in Iceland and the Celtic culture. So eventually, when we became Christians in the year 1000, a large part of the population was already Christian. So it was not maybe such a dramatic decision as we like to think. But it helped the society in one essential way. By becoming Christians, the demand for revenge was abolished. If someone of your relatives was harmed or killed, you had to revenge for that death. So there was a lot of killing going on in the ancient society, and the Christianity helped us with the forgiveness, to forgive, and that abolished this revenge culture when they were killing each other here and there. But we don't have to undermine the old religion of the Orsas, because it was a well thought out religion with clear sights. This area here in front of us is a typical volcanic area, and many of the mountains here in front of us are actually volcanoes. The last one erupted almost 1,000 years ago, where the Christianity lava is situated here beneath us.
More dust, snow.
And you should see the pipelines here feeding the geothermal factory, which was built in 2010, producing hot water and electricity for Reykjavik.
Wobbly wobbly. Plane there, that's good to see. Wind will push that one along,
And here
I'm sure.
in front of us at 12 o'clock you see the height. This is the Christianity lava. It's covered with snow, so it's not black as it used to be, but this is the youngest lava closest to the capital. It's maybe 10-15 miles from the capital. And here you see the pipelines to your left, feeding the factory with steam to drive the generators and heat up the water. So the steam can be quite high, well hot here, over 200 degrees Celsius when it reaches the factory. And it is there are 80 persons working at this factory, but it can all be controlled from Reykjavik actually. So in the COVID era, most of the people were just monitoring the factory from home. This is the Christianity lava. You see some black peaks, and just imagine, many Icelanders, they believe in elves, and the reason for that is maybe because we live so close to nature, and just imagine in the dark winter months and looking at all those formations you see around here. Well, this could well be someone traveling in the night or darkness and or even daylight and being an elf. And the folklore stories about elves and trolls are many in Iceland, and the older generation is more keen to, more willing to let the imagination flow. I must admit that I have never seen an elf, but I felt their presence, strong presence, and so there is a lot. There are all kinds of forces around us that we don't actually understand.
UK style barriers or something here. Wow.
Those cars here to our left for this base, this is to warn us to be careful in the traffic, and they register how many die each year on this, at this sign, on the cross.
Similar to what I've seen on the A5 there, signs are gone now though on there.
And coming up in front of us is the
halfway terminal
capital area. And we can say that we are over the most difficult part. So nothing should stop us from reaching the town or city. And this cafe here is used by travelers when the height is closed. Then they can park here and wait for further information, or wait until the height has been cleared.
Yeah. See a picture. Cool with the snow.
mountain ridge here to your left is part of the Reykjanes Peninsula I mentioned this morning, and in many areas here there are old volcanoes and active volcanoes which we experienced last year and the year before. It hadn't been an outbreak here for 800 years, and because the tectonic plates are moving apart, we thought that it was a common belief that this area had somehow cooled off, and the most volcanic activity would be in the middle of the country, but we were reminded that this is an active volcanic area.
What did you say? No, thank you. Nothing to stop us now. Rosa Brunier. That's I want to say they're 4.5 tons wires. There's Reykjavik up there, I think it is. I don't know.
And here to your left, up in the hills, is the hiking area I mentioned this morning. This is the most popular hiking area for the people living in Reykjavik all year around, hiking in the woodland. And also in this area is the water wells supplying the capital with fresh water. They are underground water that comes sipping through the soil from the glaciers, well filtered in the soil and well cleaned water. It is the cold water I'm talking about now. So we have both cold and hot spots in Iceland. And there are actually huge cold rivers running underground in this area and across the area here and running out into the sea on the southwest coast. You see the mountain here at 9 o'clock to your left.
Nice
this is
straight
the
transformers this
volcano
time.
which is closest to the capital here at 9 o'clock to your left at the horizon.
about. Miles. I'm counting it right. 12 meters.
Kilometres.
What?
Kilometres.
12 kilometers. Right. Let's put which over there. So 11 kilometers from this point. I think this is specs with a 6-speed manual gearbox, I reckon. This is bus number 5, it's actually a coach of, you know what kind. I think you'll see what kind of description box below. Different sorts of cars and vans. That's their container, and the graffitied one, 2 graffitied ones actually. There's a bulldozer digger combination.
The mountain you see here to your right, the large mountain, is Mountain Asia. It is the favorite mountain of the people living in Reykjavik because it shields the city from the cold northerly wind. And you can often see the skies looming on top of the mountain in the winter months, protecting this area from the cold wind from the north. It is believed that Asia means foremother or grandmother, and its origin could be of Gaelic origin. But it's said that in the spring, when the snow is melting off the mountain, this mountain can easily write its own name in the mountain slopes. Asia.
For free. Hunts on these UK style Philips street lights here. $137. and $189. Two Snaeland Grimsson coaches. It's on the motorway or main road. I'm not familiar with it here. Or that road at the moment. Another container there. These lights are on when it's not dark. How extraordinary. Got a mix of Philips going on here. Double Philips. Mediterranean Shipping Company Super Heavy container, which is what the yellow triangle is. This in case it crossed your mind, but these things were featherweight. So it wasn't apparent. Hello, van with one window, one with the rear barn doors, one with a glazed window. Oh, an EMV 200 Nissan zero emission. Yeah, electric van. 237 was that? Yes, think aloud.
Is it up, is it?
Yes. Saying aloud. Anyway. We are. No. Here we go again. Get him, but hopefully we can. There's where a container port would be, but I'm currently on the wrong side. With so many people on the other side, I'm on the wrong side to see it. But I'll trust you, there are a load of containers there. I'll trust 325. I tried to get it in, but unfortunately a head turned up. Unfortunately someone's head was a bit in the way. Just like that, viewers, but never mind. That full transit customer would do a real good wash and brush up. Loads of them down there. I had to admit, I'm on the right side to see buses, but the wrong side to see the shipping port. I guess that makes me a winner and a loser. Windscreen wipers there, look. Wow, look. Going in different directions. That Volkswagen is.
Tomorrow, I'll
Give you my camera to do one.
Yeah.
Shorts, right? You have to write actual question mark exclamation. I didn't know you knew that much about it.
Coming up here to our right, you see in front of us a white building, a rather small house. This is probably the most famous building in Iceland. It's called Höfði, and this is where President Ronald Reagan and Chairman Gorbachev ended the Cold War in 1986. They sat here for several days in this building and discussed the end of the Cold War. But we are probably at the same point now. You see the Ukrainian flag now flagging here. And this was also the British consulate in the 1930s. And it is believed that Winston Churchill, when he came on visit to Iceland in 1940, that he stayed in this house. But that has never been officially declared due to the circumstances. And we are now approaching bus stop 9, where we will have the first stop. It's just around the corner here, and we thank you for joining on this TUI Golden Circle tour, and hope you had some joy out of it, even though we had to skip the national park. And so thank you.
Yeah, I know. I really like that.
Place. That's Fraser. Might have time to do it up just yet. Do it up quickly now if you like. Let's get it done.
We're not doing that far.
We are, we're not dropping us off at the hotel, we're dropping us off down the bottom.
This is just a bit less.
Alright.
Okay, put your phone away please and your gloves on. Take that for you. Right, just put that in the big bag, shall we, for now? For the walk home.
Anyway, thank you for watching for the walk home.
Go on, put your gloves on then. Oh, you're doing that at the moment? Yeah, we've got to walk back up the main street. It's not that far, is it, actually?
That's a minute.
Is it?
Yes, so that's
Picked up at?
Yes, and
Oh, right.
remember all your belongings. Don't forget
right, is it?
anything. The
Oh,
Northern Lights tour is on today, or scheduled at 9 o'clock. And be careful when you step out of the bus.
We haven't got far to walk, place. It's where they picked us up. I've got one bag of yours. Yeah, I've got. Tony's got a bag.
East goods in the snow. Please. No way. Sorry about the background voices. Not in a way, but when the coast in motion, get these like that. Anyway, here we are. Well, I was basically Skoogie Hotel, but here we are at there. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to get off here and then find out what took us. It fell off as well. There we go. Take that off. This is bus stop number now. Hang on. Get it?
Got everything? Got everything? Yep. Got both the goods.
Right, so taking us